Well, hello, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome back. We're back with some more oxygen not included. Hello, Logical, how you doing? How was your Minecraft stream earlier? Just got home as you were raiding out. Didn't even get a chance to say hi. Hey, Field Bear, what's up? So you're playing on Emily's server? Do I understand that correctly? How that game works? I hope it's not that tragic, and I hope everything works out with your surgery there. No, I think you're mistaken there. Yeah, I'm not a veterinarian. I don't know. I've never doctored on animals. Um, anyway, I installed a couple new mods. One is the better zoom out mod. This is a nice complete picture of the whole colony here. And one mod that I really like is we now have a priority 0. So if you want to plan out something and you don't want your dupes to build it, just put it to priority 0 and it never gets built. Also, while looking over the colony, I noticed there's a blob of polluted water in my clean water tank. It's not germy water, though. So what I assume happened... I'm doing this thing here with the pump where I'm doing a cheap man's filter here with the liquid shut-off. The problem of doing it this way... So this is basically, I have a pipe sensor here who checks what is in the pipe, and then if it's not water, it shuts off the shut-off, the water, everything else but water goes over the bridge and gets back into the pool. And if it's actually water, it goes to the pipe and goes to my freshwater tank. Why is there gunk in the toilets again? This game. Go crazy. Jesus Christ, it's everywhere. They shouldn't have access to this. And maybe that's from the last time and I never managed to clean out these 3 blobs. Anyway, the problem with this filter, there are 2 problems with this kind of filter, right? So the big advantage is it only costs 10 watts of power. If you use a proper liquid filter, where is it? Yeah, this one, liquid filter, costs 120 watts of power. So there's 2 problems with this version now. First of all, if your filtered outline is backing up, then everything goes over to the other side, even the stuff you actually want to have filtered out in this way. And if your power goes out, then the shutoff is not going to be powered, so everything just goes through the shutoff, because it's not going to be shutting anything off. So I'm assuming we briefly had a power issue, and that's why I ended up with polluted water down here. But I think we should be able to clean that out. That's fine. Okay, next up. Curious to see if we have any other... Oh my goodness. What in the world? That's not good. How does that even happen? I know what happened. I know exactly what happened. So I've been controlling the access to my bathroom so that my bionic dupes don't go inside here by having restrictions on this door. On these two doors. Not even sure where you are getting special restrictions. Okay. And that worked fine. Well, we still had half a mountain here on this side, and these doors were just cosmetic. But now that we basically have an exit, an entrance on the other side, they can just come in from the back. I need to disallow them from going in this way. Okay. I'm like strongly reconsidering my options of playing with bionic duplicants. That's for sure. Alright, let's clean up this. Alright, more housekeeping. We haven't even unpaused yet today. But I was looking over the map and I saw here this gas vent is over pressure, so we can't currently get our carbon dioxide out of there, so our natural gas generators are not running because they say pipe is blocked. So we've been just burning hydrogen the whole time. The reason for that is, this is my gas pump that is supposed to take care of the CO2. And that has a sensor here that says, hey, if there's more than 1,000 grams, pump it out. But the sensor is sitting in this fine layer of chlorine that we never vacuumed out this room, right? I just thought, yeah, the gas pump's gonna take care of it. And this layer of chlorine is just 700 grams, so I think temporarily we're gonna set you to, yeah, whatever, above 0 grams. Hello, Lenny, good to see you. And I hope we can get all the chlorine out of there, all the CO2 out of there. Also, at the moment, I'm pumping the CO2 into these storage tanks because I want to use it for rockets later on. We'll see. That's not a lot of room. I don't know where we're gonna put it afterwards. We can probably pump it down here and let the bees eat it. But then we are heating up this area, of course, because this CO2 is probably a little bit on the warm side, 46 degrees. It shouldn't be that much. Anyway, okay, so this is done, this is done. God, the plumbing thing. So, alright, since we're still paused, I'm gonna do a big old deconstruct on all of this. At least on all the plumbing stuff here. And we're also gonna deconstruct, like, the glass forge, this thing. I'm gonna start ripping that out. We're gonna rip a lot of stuff out of here. And actually also deconstruct these two. Alright. Now, first thing, though, I need to keep an eye on this. Let me actually go a little bit slower here. The degunking. Curiosity, do we have any more gunk in this thing? No, it's all just water. Okay. Up here. Oh, not moving at the moment, which actually might be make this thing a whole lot easier. So I can just target the gunk tiles. Also talking about the whole gunk thing, I completely forgot. We have We should have a lubrication station. Instead of using the gear balm, we can use here our phyto oil. Building that out of nickel ore, that's fine. Does this thing need power? $20. That's actually perfectly fine. No, it's not perfect. Like 480 plus 120. That fits exactly into 1000. No, it doesn't. That's not how math works. And these are pretty much running constantly, so I can't just slap it on there. I said, oh, they never run at the same time. So this is giving better lubrication to our guys. So that might be quite nice. Alright. How's the degunking going? It's going. The main important thing is that this is working again, right? Right, we get our nectar there. Let's check again. That's still being emptied. Right, there was one other thing I need to take care of. Let's quickly pause here. This is getting fully backed up, and then we would have troubles with this. So we're gonna grab a regular old gas pipe. Jesus. Right. Just bring it down like here. Something like this. Give me a new hydrogen generator. And give me a good old smart battery. I'm blind today. There we go. Just connect them with some regular wire, connect them with some automation wire. I think we're just gonna do another charging station here for bionics. Power bank charger. I'll hook that up there, so we can use up some of the excess power there. Alright. How's the gunk looking? Still got good gunk over there, so we're not connecting this again until we're fully degunked. And we should have that gunk situation under control. How is the... yeah, okay. So we're getting that out of here. I think I can... oh, let me actually check here. Gas overlay. That's all healthy, wonderful CO2. So we can set this back to above 1000. Who's knocking? Building, cooking, ranching. I like Camille, but you know what we're gonna do with Camille? We're gonna cause ourselves more stress here. We're gonna spawn Camille in over here. And she's gonna start turning this place into a beautiful paradise. You got a bed, you got a bathroom, you just don't have water yet. Let me actually also then, in that case, make a copy of our default schedule. This is then default second. Camille over there. Alright. Where do we get water? Yeah. All salty water. Lots of it. I don't think we can avoid digging through the nasty stuff here. We want to unleash the slugs. Alright, let's dig. Also coming down here. Ugly mixture down there, though. I'm not gonna get to that clear pool of water in any reasonable way. Alright, I'm just gonna dig out that. Get a heat pump. There, and then we'll go from there. I'm just gonna let Camille do her thing here. And occasionally I remember to look over there and check in on her that she hasn't died. I'm getting so our problem with the eggs is, right? At the moment we're throwing all eggs that we don't need for the incubators here, and then they sit in the water and eventually evolve later on. So I think I still need to get here to that spot to pick up the meat. But I don't want them to pick up the egg, because otherwise they're going to constantly throw it back into my automatic dispenser. So what I was thinking... We have the power, though. We could do an automatic grabber, a sweeper who picks up the meat, and then we just block here with some pneumatic doors that they can't get there. But I'm still hesitant to using the power for that, so let's just ignore that. We are fully degunked. Right. You're not doing anything right now. You can't do iron to steel because we don't have iron. Give me 20 more iron. Of course, they deconstructed it in a stupid way, so we can't actually reach that. Typical. Hey, Alex, what are you doing? Let's do a low priority sweep on all that stuff that's here. And yeah, so this thing, right? So my idea to handle this later on, we probably hollow out a lot of this, so this magma from this volcano can drop down and have a little bit of a chamber down here. And then we're gonna have like a magma spike coming over to the right. And then we have a heat spike going up top and have some steam turbines using that geothermal power to make power. God, Nima. They always look so proud when they're standing there. It's like, ha, look at that, I got myself trapped. You're like, alright. Deconstruct actually all of this. The one thing I'm gonna do here though, before we completely abandon this area, I want to prepare this a little bit. So give me just some, for now, just some shale tiles. We're not gonna do any materials studies anymore for now, so we can get rid of this. The situation here is a little bit crowded, so we want to get rid of some of these guys. I think we want to maybe throw a couple more into the cold area. That's not getting automatically filtered by that filter. Anyone here? Yeah, okay, you're only 5. I'm not sure how much longer I'm gonna sustain that range though, by the way. So kinda thinking that I'm kind of throwing out phosphorite on a mediocre idea here. Since we're now running the lamps over here anyway. The hell is the polluted water coming from? Oh, this is floating over. Okay, stop. Sweep only. Alright, okay, this is the next problem. I think we're just gonna send all of this. Hang on. Why is it not prioritizing our water? Didn't we build this in a way that it was supposed to prioritize the water from our loop coming in here? I don't understand. Just cut this. Okay, you're not floating at all. Did I not reconnect here? That'll explain it. These days I'm just gonna execute all those bionic dupes. Okay, anyway, so I was thinking we gotta pump this out. Gotta pump this out. And just put it into the bathroom loop here. Power on this line here. A little bit too much, but a couple oxidizers that are not working anyway. Has this been degunked? Yes, it has been. Okay. Not urgent. It's not like we're running out of water in our electrolyzers that are supplying our whole base with oxygen. Take your time. Alright, I need is prioritizing this side. And I don't see any more gunk. Okay, alright. I had big plans for over here, but today we're just putting out fires. Give me some obsidian, please. I should put the stairs on the side. Okay. We're pumping this out. We might also... Give me a bottle drainer. Since we have that line here now, we're just gonna put all our polluted water bottles in this. We just gotta be careful here. So we have these super hot water bottles. That I actually don't want to sweep. Actually also disable this one completely for now. This is from our old tanks. Okay, what are we doing with those? Yeah, it's like a single bottle with 3,000 kilograms. Fairly high temperature. I think I'm just gonna relocate that down here and empty it in place, and it's gonna splash down into this slightly cooler water, which we're gonna have to handle later anyway. Alright. One thing I want to build though, so we're gonna have some steam turbines up here, so we're gonna need an entrance here. We're probably just gonna smash all of this out. Let me get my liquid lock blueprint. Just too lazy to redo every time. How's the temperature here? So I don't want to get too deep into that abyssalite here. Let's do that. The new line is coming in here to this line, which is going into the toilet output line, which is then going through the sieve, and any spillover is going all the way up here to that thing. This is a toilet line that's coming from this sink down here. It's was not part of the original toilet line, but it should lead to the same area. Right. This is going to be a terrible idea. The 6-degree water. But I'd rather empty it here than get it over to the base. Like this is so much cool-ish water down here. It should be able to absorb that temperature. I think we have another big bottle somewhere here. Yeah, there's the 55 degrees. I'm gonna do the same thing here. Yeah, it's already down to 25. Like, this is all a pool of mess that we're currently just using for some temporary metal refinery work. The other thing I wanted to do, I'm not sure how we're gonna do this. We got some amber, and we can definitely turn this into amber to resin here. Whatever. Put it in this box for now. So that resin we can then use in a polymer press to make plastic. A polymer press is hot and makes CO2 and it makes steam. And I was thinking about putting it down here. Because it also needs a little bit of power. But then running that resin pipe over there just makes my head spin. A little bit of pipe spaghetti, but I guess we just have to do it. One other thing. We should definitely say, don't harvest this. I'm gonna let them auto-harvest. Oh no, actually, on second thought, once we have all plants in, then we disable the manual harvest. Manual harvest is gonna give us higher chance of getting seeds, so we can fill in the other slots. Alright, so let's consider the pipe. The first problem already. I mean, I can just put 2 bridges in and then go on, but I think it's even easier if I just do this. Well, this is also a, yeah, future base will find a solution for this problem. Cool. So far, we only need 1 bridge. I'm super happy about that. Now let's just take use another bridge here to jump over this. Okay. And that's gonna be refinement. Polymer press. Cool. Hook that in. Power. And we're gonna need, probably just gonna... The air here is not great. Can we shave off 1 more layer here of abyssalite for better airflow? I think we can. What's happening here? I'm assuming we have some ice that's melting? Probably. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just a little bit of water. Be more concerned if we suddenly had steam in the air, but if it's just water on the ground, that's fine. Okay, this thing is not running. Is it running enough? Let's see. Just put 2 of these in here. Or do we have another power circuit that we could support a little bit? It's already coming from the outside grid. We have an old... I think our only wheel-powered circuit is this one. Oh no, this is even powered by the old P generators. I don't think we have anything that's left on wheels, which is great. Alright, just give me a second one of these, yeah. Why am I making these out of steel? What the hell? Yeah. Pipeland indeed. Pipe spaghetti land. Right, so my idea was just throw in a gas vent here, but if we have already 2 kilograms of pressure, then it's not gonna... Okay, so CO2 is coming over here, should be dropping down this place. Let's actually deconstruct this tile. It drops down here. Gonna fill in this pool, which is fine, and then it gets to my carbon skimmer. So I guess we can probably get away with simply saying... I feel like the order of my items here in the list has changed. And I'm getting very confused about that. That all being said... Oh. That's the wrong thing I connected it to. Why is there nothing in the pipes yet? Yeah, because you hooked up the pipes wrong. Nest cramped. I have 8 in here. Oh, I think the incubator counts for the stable. That's why you should never have the incubator in the stable. You're about to die, so that's fine. I'll shut that sound as that sounds. Right. This is all sorted. I don't think we have any hot polluted water bottles, so I'm now gonna allow this one, not all standard, Jesus Christ. This one to accept polluted water, so we can slowly get all of our bottles of polluted water filled into the system. Going straight into the bathroom loop, being cleansed, being pushed out to our hydrogen generation. All good. New blueprint. What this also tells me is we haven't looked after Camille over at the second colony at all in days. I'm sure she's fine. Quick look. She did not dig any of this. Oh. Yeah, that's the reason. I think one other thing we're gonna do here for Camille to do. I'm gonna give you a generator, a jumbo battery. Hook that up. And then hook that whole thing up to a couple deodorizers. Because there's so much polluted oxygen here, right? Put one here, put one there. She's building that stuff first. Look, priorities for you, Camille. In case that wasn't clear. Digging first, building second, everything else fourth. I'm sure your morale is fantastic, so here, have some hard digging. And of course that means you're gonna run back. Okay, you know what? In that case, have a dig ahead. And this is the reason why I want to start doing something here, because we have oil. And surely there's not going to be any sport shits in the oil biome here. God damn it. Standing around doing nothing. Right, back over here. No spills on the ground. We actually got our first plastic. Our plastic press is overheating. And I made it out of nickel ore, which was stupid. So let's just deconstruct this thing. Let me actually grab this. And this way we basically drop some liquid. I'm not across the thing. And maybe it's gonna cool it down a little bit. We'll figure it out. Temperature here, down here. Shouldn't be that high. Most of this is 30 degrees. So we can't do too much more free metal. Okay, what do we have here? 2.9. I like a little bit more steel. Let's see if we can do like 10 more batches of steel. Keep preparing this. Then we're gonna... Okay, I made the mistake. I'm gonna need power in there, so we're gonna actually deconstruct these tiles again, and we're gonna run our heavy wood wire through this. Oh, free soul. Bottle emptier here. Give me some mercury temp shift plates over here. Okay, apparently if we don't have any more eco power banks, let's just get 20 more. $61 charged eco power banks. You know, and we might even get another bionic dupe. I'm not saying we will, but hey, I'm not completely opposed to it. Hello, Kavanga. Gonna need... Yeah, I'm gonna take future-proofing, right? Maybe what? Conductive, whatever it is. You know what? I'm just gonna mop up some brine here, and then we can use it for this liquid lock. Well, it's not necessary priority. We still have a little bit to dig here. How do we have refined carbon with food poisoning on it? And lime, and okay. What is taking overheat damage here? It's a broken liquid pipe. I'm assuming that the stuff we're getting in here... 20 degree... What? How much energy are we putting into this? 70 degrees higher. That's concerning. Yeah, actually, that's very concerning. Stop doing this. Building melted. So no, that's fine, that's fine. That's the temp shift plates here. That's intentional. This is a total mess here, everything's total disaster. Okay, I don't think we can make steel. That's the temperature we're getting here is way too much. Moment. We're gonna so the part of this geothermal power plant is also gonna be that we have a place for our hot industrial stuff. I'm gonna need some more plastic for this, and I think we're just gonna have to suffer through this getting a little bit hotter. I wonder if we can just take some, I don't know, do we have ice? Throw some ice temp shift plates behind this thing and hope it lasts a little bit longer. Travel time sucks, you know, our exit to the base is down here, the guys need to get all the way up here, over our hydrogen, oxygen setup to work on this, but it's what it is. We have 160 feathers here. Like, eventually this stable needs to go, and I'm not sure where we're gonna... Probably gonna run some Rexes and cool stuff over here. But that's future problem. Much until we get gas back, 12.5 cycles. Okay, this is fine. This is all sustainable. There's still plenty of hydrogen here. Alright, let's take a look at the other colony. Camille alone here, having nothing to do. Okay, now that we have water and you can actually wash your hands. I'm gonna extend this ladder. Don't want to release the plug slug. Plug slug. Because it's gonna eat my metal ores and excrete hydrogen, and I really don't want to deal with that right now. But we want to get down here. I want to get some of the diamonds and some of that oil and ship that with this device back to my home colony. Building melted again? Okay, that was our ice temp shift plates here. We were trying to use to cool down the polymer press. It's all fine. It's fine. Looks like we don't have any more amber anyway. How are the plants looking? 90% grown. And we're still backing up on hydrogen up here. Well, I have a plan for that. More buffer tanks. I'm terrible. I'm sorry. Yeah, this is all done-ish. I mean, we still need to pump this all out eventually anyway. Yeah, I think we're just gonna start strip mining this whole thing here. I'm just gonna do some little bit layouting here. So eventually, I'm gonna have a ladder rung here. Removing these tiles. Okay, these volcanoes are off by one. That's annoying. Yeah, we might actually leave these tiles. I don't know. This allows me to dig this from the ladder, basically with 2 tiles distance, kind of in a safe-ish manner, right? And that whole thing is then gonna come down here into some sort of big pool. We're gonna have to have obsidian tiles. I'm gonna go out this way. Don't even need that. Then the lava will float along here. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 tiles. I'm going to priority 0 that for now, though. I don't want any of that to get built. Just to visualize. That also tells me this is where my ceiling is going to be of whatever I'm building over here. How long is this gonna be? $20 tiles. Just room for 4 steam turbines. It's not fantastic. I go here to there, now it's 23. Yeah, no, we're not getting 5 in there. There's a few things I'm thinking about. First of all, this whole thing I want to hook into my main power that is coming around here, right? So either we have to run the power line all the way over and across, which I guess we have to do. Might as well start that now. Well, nobody has too much to do. And hey, this is all a temporary setup. And if I keep repeating that, I might even believe it myself at some point. Meanwhile, I mean, it's still good at work here. Oh, okay, apparently we trapped the sluggy in our tile. Don't care. Don't even care. It's a cruel world. What did we do here? This is entombed. By what? Solid resin. The fuck? I think our as stupid as that sounds, but our it got too cold here for the polymer press. So I guess one thing we can do here is to use an insulated pipe on the last couple meters for the resin. And hey, I think we can still do a couple more golds here. That's just 8 degrees. That's fine. Keeps people busy, and that was one of the temp shift plates that just melted. That's also fine. Okay. Anything else we can research without material sciences? I think we've done everything, right? Now down here, there's like stuff I've never used. The ribbon writer, yeah, sure, whatever. New duplicants. Super hard digger, but decreased calories. No. Give me enough logs that will slowly die in this area here. That's gonna be great. Just in preparation. In case Camille ever gets some help down here. Some bats in there. Get the power wire over. I'm gonna add another deodorizer. I'm just gonna queue up a bunch of stuff here. Give us something to dig. We'll have to do some. Probably just gonna kill the plug slug. I don't know. Is it the only one on the planet? I don't want to kill it if it's the only one. Maybe we just like this one has already laid its egg. That's the egg, right? So we just relocate the egg in here where it can do no harm. This thing will eventually die, whatever. I'm gonna make ourselves a better access to this. Oh, there's another sluggy boy. And yeah, just keep her busy. We might actually open up the tank here, get the second dupe. Yeah, you know what, actually. Inspect that. Defrost a friend. Might be a complete trash dupe, of course. A frozen friend. A Hassan. First of all, go on the same schedule. Second of all, what's your deal? You have big cooking skill, huh? Bottomless stomach. Dimensional starts with 3 skill points. You're frostproof. You're an ugly crier. Okay. Bottomless stomach is of course not great in a colony where I don't have any food production. But hey. And the only thing you care about is cooking. That's just great. We'll figure something out. Probably plant some of these bog buckets. for some tasty, tasty bok jelly. Alright, and let them do their thing. I trust my dupes that they're not gonna ruin everything. Because they're not bionics. Oh, and we got a harvest in here, at least a little bit. So we got some new Lura plants planted. That's nice. This is going along. We're trying to do something fancy here. No. Let's just clean this out. Trying to just see how I want to dig this. So mark out where we can't dig because of the temperatures, right? This is the first one we dig. Then I guess we just do ladder, a ladder here. Doesn't actually need to be obsidian in here. What do we have here? That's dirt. Do we have any useful material in here? Don't want them to have to run all the way across the world. That's right. Nope. Nothing useful whatsoever in the near area. Alright, sure. Next sedimentary rock. Healing collapse. What the hell happened here? Not harvest. Kill the slugger. Actually, yeah, we can't relocate it right now. And get that egg out of here. That was the one from down here. The other one is still mood miserable. Stuck in this tile here. And I kind of lost sight of the egg. Wasn't that here? That's also another slug. Like, the slugs can be actually useful if you have the resources for them, which we don't. At the moment they're both asleep, so I don't know. It might just be behind some other objects here, and I just don't see it. Let me see. Do we actually still have an egg? Slug egg, 1 unit. Maybe someone was carrying it, and then we had lunchtime, and they just dropped it somewhere. Oh, yeah. Dropped it off there. Okay. So this should, if it hatches, it's gonna be in here. Nothing to eat, nothing to pollute. That's just fine. Alright, what's here? A meteor shower? Okay, that's also fine. This is also done. A liquid lock. This is still not swept out here. And everything we're digging up here is gonna drop down, and we want to sweep this all out. This is gonna be, has to be completely clean. Sweep it of all the debris, and then we're gonna vacuum this whole place up to down here, where we're gonna have our limit. So yeah, we got a little bit of work. Big projects take a big amount of time. But yeah, I'm actually surprised we completed the power line. Actually quite nice. Press is overheating again. How much plastic do we have now? Oh, I didn't. 800. We're gonna need for a steam turbine. 200 each, so we can make 4 turbines, which is all we have room for up here anyway. So I think we're actually just gonna say, alright, thank you for your service. And on that note also, don't need any more ember coming in. Alright, we've got the ladder in, so we can now start digging. Yeah, don't want to deal with that brine here. I'm just gonna corner build it in and forget about it. And we're gonna have to sweep out here. Oh, one other thing. I think I disallowed Onya from leaving the base. Yeah, you can leave actually, because we're gonna need. Sonia has our art skill, doesn't she? Don't they? I don't know. Yeah, creativity 10. So you have all the art boosters. So Sonia should be able to undig the fossil things that we had somewhere. This thing. Although not specifically this thing, because that is in a position we can't actually reach. Sweep that stuff. Oxide we don't need to sweep. fine that we're flooding that down there. For that, we continue digging. Yeah, we have also these giant fossil POI things. I don't want to dig into those just yet. I mean, this is the harmless one, but yeah. Like, we're not making any more steel, so we don't need fossil and lime just yet. Oh, this one. Okay, yeah, actually, that's a good spot. Because we need to get rid of this one before we dig this out, otherwise we can't get it. Thanks, I missed that completely. I think, yeah, talking about the steam engines. Get this also dug out. And that's that. And for now, just gonna dig out everything just so that we can barely still walk along here. Something like that. Alright, what do we have here? Not the knit axe. You have a builder decorator and a cooking supplier. It's immune to food poisoning. I'm gonna say no to all. Oh, we're looking here. Your board have nothing to do. Cool. I think we can deconstruct that. Let's have a proper 3-tile ladder shaft here. Mop up that stuff. Construct that cot. Have you go in here. Who is knocking? Joker Chef again. Hello there. Flowers in here. Water cooler, and then a couple messy tables. $125. Insanity. Sanity, that's all I'm gonna say. Also, thank you very much for always being here. What are you complaining about? No filtration material. We need sand. No, no, we don't need a blueprint. Go away. Ah. That sand, that is also sand, but do I really want to dig down into the coals? I guess it's already connected here. Now it's actually showing it, 125. Insanity. Thank you very much, Joke Chef. Appreciate it. Can't reach that sand. It's one more sand. Also, what do we need here to activate this? Field researcher, okay. Well, I guess we just briefly send our researcher over here, activate it, and then teleport back. Where's Lenny? Sleep, Lenny, sleep. You're gonna have a field trip tomorrow. You're waking up with a smile. Doesn't know what's about to happen. Alright, teleporter. Stein. Lenny. Teleport. Don't worry, it's totally teleporting you. It's not killing you here and cloning you on the other side. That would be crazy. We're just pressing a single button. Why do we have to get a field researcher for that? Okay, anyway. Yeah, thanks for your help. Go back home. And while you're here, you might as well activate this thing. And more importantly, activate this thing. This is where we receive stuff from the other planets. Alright, how's it going here? Okay, we're not going to be able to drop this stuff down, so let's give that away. So we're gonna have a bunch of ice and stuff here that we don't have configured yet as a place to drop them. This is gonna be the messy place anyway. Oh, we're gonna have a messy short-term solution for that. Yeah, all this ice. relocate that over here. I think it's kind of silly. We work in here, which would be just to the right and up from the base, but instead everybody has to go down through the atmosphere. Up, over their work. Even though at the moment there's not I might actually just open this up while we're working here, because there's no hazardous environment here. We don't need the atmosuits for this. Once this is done and we have a room full of 200-degree steam pressure, yeah, then we might want to have atmosuits. We might actually be able to keep this stable. If this is where our magma is coming out, we're going to have then the heat spike for the geothermal power plant here. So we could have insulated walls here and then still use this room. And maybe even use this ladder as kind of an access to the bottom of the power plant. Toilet. It's Pro 9. Should have totally built a second toilet when I had the chance. Somebody's gonna pee their pants here. Maybe I can get the second toilet up. Who's in desperate need of toileting? 20-something%, Hazan 100%. There we go. I think we might have avoided the food poisoning going all the way down into this pool. Oh, we can't reach that. Alright, just have this probably something. By the way, room-wise. Freight hall, barracks, wonderful. Try to get a picture of this. So this is where we want to go, right? We want to get some oil, ideally, to send it over to the main colony, and some diamonds. And hey, I wouldn't mind getting some lead over there. Did we... Okay, we did get those up there. Talking about skills, let's get super hard digging, so we're not complaining about the abyssalite. Meanwhile, constant back and forth. The constant back and forth. Let's see, still snow. Locate that down here. Sweep that abyssalite. Would we not have a location for here? Oh, there's snow. Okay. Down there. Okay, just that abyssalite, everything else has its place. So we can drop down all the other shit. It's done here. Almost done. Relocate that ice down here. Right, I think that's pretty much all of it. Gonna make a giant mess down there. Don't worry, it's all part of the plan. Trust the plan, trust the system. We're not getting too much water down here. Don't worry about it. Although our whole system is not filtering out any more proper water. So maybe it's time to change this to polluted water. I don't even know. Maybe it's time to rip all of this down. Say, okay, we have enough refined metals for now. We don't need the kiln anymore. We don't need the generators here. Outside of the shearing station, I guess. Then again, we have currently, what, how many? 170 fibers. So I don't even care really if they are getting shorn for a little bit, but we're focusing on this. Focusing on it. Actually, we should also totally... Like, yeah, the oxalate will off-gas over time, but that's just gonna increase the time we need to vacuum this whole thing out later. Right, meanwhile, double-check temperatures. Ooh, actually, I think we might have dug out a little bit too much here already. That's not good. Deal, but we'll manage. I mean, this is all going to be a vacuum here, I guess, later on. Yeah, you know, I think we're just going to rip everything out here. Let's give me electrical deconstruct. All of that. Deconstruct these, deconstruct the refinery, kiln, ventilation, gone. That thing, plumbing. Get out of here. Don't need any of this. Okay, we'll leave that in. It's going over there. We're ripping out the thing where the ember was coming in. Those almost no shit. How did I? Nah, this was the wrong line. Ah, cancel. Where's my ember line? This is the ember line. You know, whatever. Leave it in for now. Like, it's like having a blank canvas to paint on. How big is this table currently? 87. So if we actually do this, gonna work. Yeah, we'll get that to the right size. That's no problem. It's gonna be briefly not as stable as we're digging everything out here. How did you even manage to do that? Gizmo. So don't want to build that before we haven't dropped all the materials here. Whee! Flying pips. Okay, everything's dropped. Nothing left anywhere. There, we still have some shit here. Might need... although it's not... That's not an important position for now, but let's make sure we sweep that. And as soon as this is built, let's double check. 97 tiles, so one tile too big. Easy to sort out. And then we can start actually building. And that's also built from the top. Now, why do we have the bottom of the actual steam room? Can probably come fairly far down. Yeah. I'm gonna have like one more temporary liquid lock. Temporary, it's not temporary. Like a little bit of a maintenance tunnel here. Put as much over as we can. Okay. And then it's gonna be obsidian letters on this side. I need to double check here the count again. Okay, so one thing that's might not be immediately obvious, but unless you played the game a lot, when we have a pool of magma is very viscous, and if you let it go through like a single tile gap, it only floats out 10 tiles. So this is where the end of the magma. It's not going to spill over here. But the tiles that are in direct contact to magma, I'm gonna double insulate with like a vacuum in between. And we're just gonna brute force that vacuum in there. And let me actually, so I don't have to constantly check out where the 10 tiles is. So here's 10 tiles. So that means, okay, where the double thing is, I'm gonna have take an iridium metal tile. for the heat conductivity. Yeah, we're gonna lose some material here by doing the vacuum like this. Oh, that's just the way the cookie crumbles, I guess. Actually, maybe if we do the internal layer out of shale, maybe they use the shale that's in there. I don't know. Frankie. Are you say you're trapped? Oh. Yeah, okay, fair enough. You might be. Oh, I'm sorry, Vendrel. I'm just enjoying the game so much that I couldn't just wait. But if you share your schedule with me, I'm gonna try to adjust my streaming schedule so I don't conflict with your RPG sessions. We do the same thing here then. So I don't want so the idea is, right? The magma's gonna come out here. It's gonna heat up this tile. We're gonna have a steel mechanical airlock. Which we can open and close. When it's open and there's no air inside, it's gonna be a vacuum, it's not transmitting heat. So we can turn it on and off whether or not we want to inject heat into our system. I'm wasting the iridium if I'm doing that, but it's kind of free at the moment. So sure, let's just take, and it has such a good heat conductivity. So and then it's gonna go like here, and then I guess there, and that's the bottom of my steam chamber. This all needs to be vacuumed out. Okay, and then technically, I guess we're gonna have a maintenance access here for things and stuff. We should be able to do that at the bottom. Also, let's not build these two tiles just yet while we're busy in here. Well, everybody being super busy. Meanwhile, construct that. I'm just going through the trouble here with the with the vacuum insulation. just for the tiles that are in direct contact with magma all the time. Like, I don't want that heat to transfer into my base. Even like insulated tiles have a very, if you look at the properties, there's like the thermal conductivity and it's like 0.02. That's not 0. It's slow, but it's not completely off. Magma is like 1500 degrees. Steel has a melting point of 2500. So it'll hold, but it needs to be steel, like any other, well, or iridium, our space material here. Talking about space, we have that door up here, which is currently restricted to just our bionics. Actually, it's restricted to nobody goes out there at the moment. What? Since we're up there, everybody has a spacesuit anyway, an atmosuit. I don't care. I don't care who leaves the base that way. I'm kind of thinking before I start pumping this out, while I still have access from the main base, like in an easy way here, we're gonna build the interior of this, or at least the floors. I don't want to put any machinery in here until we have a steam atmosphere. So, how do we want to lay this out? Got this ladder rung all the way to the end. Now, inside here, we should just have 200 degrees, right? Because it's a steam room. Maybe a little hotter down in the bottom where we have the metal connection. I think we can just use good old nickel I have so much of. Couple airflowies. Now, actually, let's not build that for now. Once we start vacuuming this out, this is easier if we have the airflow this way, so we don't have to like pump it this way. Okay, and I think we're just gonna do like some floors we could do 5 high, most floors we do the usual 4 high. Oh, look, perfect. Deconstruct that just yet. And this micromanaging. Yeah, there's a couple abyssal tiles here, but so the neutronium we can't dig out anyway, right? That's and this is like, yeah, we could dig out a couple more tiles here, but it's not gonna give me any more room for machinery later, so it's not that big, I think. and it wouldn't drop down, so that's why I ended up not digging it out. My biggest concern right now is that we're gonna have people, now that everything is kind of connected, like take an air suit, go into space, pick up iridium, come back down here, build something, and then they're running around the base with their suit on. And they can't go to the bathroom. Actually, you know, no. Let's do that differently. Let's holocam. Move to here. Unequip your suit. It's fine. I'm just gonna deliver the suit again. I know my duplicants, right? I knew somebody is gonna find a way to still run around in the Atmos suit in the base by circumventing the checkpoint, Dokif. The checkpoint. Where are you even going? I mean, I guess you're going into dangerous territory, so I'll allow it. You're never gonna make... And on the other hand, you have then duplicate... Nah, I should have never connected this. Alright, let's just finish this and get this over with. Yeah, because now Dokif didn't even make it up there. Halfway in the way. Like this. In some ways, the duplicants are smart, right? If they're running out of air, they know exactly when they need to stop working to make it back to the next air pocket to catch their breath. But taking a long task like that, unequip your suit, where they know we can't reach that before my shift is over, that's just silly. Yes, one thing we can already do here. I'm gonna take steam turbines. We're gonna take the out of gold. There. Smart battery. And a good old wire. I guess we still have one big work task here to do before we... Maybe. So the question is, do I have to do the more micro here to make sure people are not getting stuck in their suits? because I allowed this, or do I just have to close it off, only allow access from this time, and everything is just going to take a little bit longer because of the longer travel time? Also, let's give our guys on the other planet a little bit something to do. Let's get some planter boxes in here. And then we're also gonna get a drilling station. Also, what's in the blueprint here? Doctoring, digging, farming. Cannot do researching, and you're gonna eat more calories. Or a pure cook with decreased husbandry. Yeah. Okay. Welcome to the other side. Gonna be our local farmer. You're a cook, you're a farmer, and a little bit of a digger. Cool. Meanwhile, I don't want to do a little bit more digging here. It's just awkward in the way. Get us new access to the pump. Still trying to get slowly but surely to the oil biome here. And yeah, I'm gonna plant some bog buckets. Gonna need more sand one way or the other. Let's just actually do this. That. Dig out all that nice sand over here. Might be coarse and rough and get everywhere, but we need it. Alright, back to this place. Now, this is going to be the most time consuming and most annoying thing, because it's such a big room, but ideally we want to have the temperature in this room kind of evened out, and you do that by using temperature shift plates. So you never want the temperature shift plates to touch your insulated walls, but hey, we can touch the metal pieces down there. Alright, I'm just gonna do a little bit of a pattern. And ideally we want to do that all the way bottom to top. Yeah, these are wrong. I mean, it's not. You don't have to make that kind of pattern, but I kind of like it. Need some ladders to actually reach everything. And I'm just gonna keep them busy for another year or so. Yeah, but you know, I think we're gonna close it off here in a second. Gimme. Don't put a door in here, only allow them to leave this way. Right, default mode, exit only. I guess that would have really stopped you if you could read, eh? Oops, sometimes. Okay, I saw somebody running around in their suit. Mima? Drop that suit. Let's speed it up at least a little bit in here. And if we're closing it up anyway, close it up. And then we might also just start throwing some pumps in. That's gonna take a while. Let's check over here. You are missing irrigation. That's fair, because we don't have access to polluted water. Oh, they haven't built that power thing yet. Okay, but we can make from bog jelly, swamp delights, slightly better food. Oh, the slugs are free. Should be concerned about that. Yes, they're eating my. And I don't have a wrangler. I don't want to kill you guys. Alright. I'm gonna trap you in there, and you're gonna get evolved into barbecue. This is such a messy planet. Just trying to see for a way. I guess this is still going to be the best way down here. And we're gonna have to really then look out for any spore chits and the zombie spores. Also, that's 10 kilograms of natural gas in each tile here, around that oil thing. I think is the technical term for that. And everybody's idle. Apparently, everybody's having such a good time. Okay, guess we're digging. Hey, Alexei, what's up? What are you doing? At least we gotta... How are we doing this? Dig out this. Dig out that. Get ready to get a ladder down here. I'm gonna turn this here into a big old polluted water tank. And then we're gonna have to, you know, drop all the polluted water down here, pump it up there. Meanwhile, over here, yeah, they're gonna be super busy with this. But yeah, as I said, we can... I think we can start pumping out. It's sealed off from the main base now, yeah. So I want... couple gas pumps. We need one in here. I also want to vacuum this out. Gonna need one here. Let's do one here. It's sitting on the wire, that's good. And then we can just... Question is gonna be, are we gonna have the pressure here to actually just pump it into the environment? Alternatively, we can run a pipe and pipe it into the vacuum of space, which is kind of annoying, but that's a possible solution here. It's too far away. No, it should be reachable. Right, the other thing I also still need to do here is... Now this door should, of course, obviously most of the time be open. So we're going to take steel automation wire. To like here. Yeah, that seems good enough. A thermal sensor here. So we're checking the temperature in our steam room, and whenever it gets too cold, we close the door, transferring heat from the magma through our heat spine to the bottom of this. Construct that. Lots of them to do here, so we can micro a little bit over here. Nothing for them to do here. That's what you think. Somewhere down there. Keeping folks busy here. You guys just trap Camille in there. Okay, not anymore. They're gonna heat it, digging underwater here, but you know, is what it is. Has to be done. It's gonna need to run that power cable down here. Yeah, they're suffering a bit, but suffering builds character, right? That's... that's of course not ideal. Currently don't have any water to give to the plants, but that sounds like a later problem. Easy solution. If we mop up this, then we have water for the plants. Fix this here. Turning everything into a vacuum. Many spore shits down here. Don't want to deal with that at all. Gotta do some careful digging. Also, what's the temperature down here? Oh, okay, yeah. Toasty, toasty. Nobody said it's gonna be easy. I'm not gonna be able to get like any atmos suits up here. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah, we're getting gas vent overpressure here the whole time. This is already vacuum though. We can actually just deconstruct the pump. Ventilation overlay, deconstruct this. Deconstruct the vent. But I think we got a gas bridge here. We're gonna do a rudimentary route up to the sky. That's one, yeah. It's going already. So once the bridges are in, we're gonna go here, here. Boop, all the way to the top. Yeah. What's easier? Going this way where we already have bunker tart? Nah. It's gonna be a little bit of a temporary thing, don't worry about it. Shift plates are done in this section. I just didn't want to place too many at once, but we're gonna shift it up here. Also gonna act kind of as a little bit of a, like, the room is gonna take a lot of energy to heat up all these temp shift plates, right? It's a lot of additional thermal mass, if you will. Needs to be heated up, and that also at the same time stores energy. I'll keep them busy. I'm gonna need some ladders here to actually reach the ones up top. Yeah, I missed one there. Yeah. Heating collapse. That's fine. Don't worry about Lenny. What do we have here? Mafic rock. Once the pipe's in, we're just gonna put another tile here so we're not losing atmosphere. This is gonna crack if meteors hit it. But I don't want to waste my steel on it right now. What do we have? Plug slug X. No. Science machinery excavation. Maybe Joshua is the candidate for over here on the other side. Then next up, I want to take our second shift, make a copy of that. I'm going to put Joshua and Pei on the second shift. Easier to see who's on the other planet, but there's actually no reason for me to have separate shifts for the other planets. I can just assign them to the shift on the main planet. It's just they're just sharing the time. But yeah, it's fine. Meanwhile, liquid pump all the way in the bottom here. Pipe. Wire. This reminds me, I still need to work on this. Most annoying micro-intensive thing I've built so far this run. Now, one thing I've kind of forgotten, and I'm not sure how I'm going to fit that in. We kind of need I want a debris chiller. I can like chill down stuff to temperatures that I can use. So maybe we have to remove the stable, and then we have a nice box here for a chiller. That probably makes the most sense. But that can wait until we're done here. Alright, meanwhile, do a ventilation overlay. Cut this off, connect it this way. And obviously, is that unreachable? That's an unreachable build. Good job, Commander. Construct that again. And give me a vent. Isn't this thing dormant? Should we sneak in a little excavation here? And analyze. And that cools team vent. But... Nah, we have so much other stuff to do. It's not like we have idlers. Like this is taking a lot of time here. Actually, I'm not sure if that's actually going to work, what I'm trying to do here. Let's just one step at a time. Let's not try to cut any corners here. Give me the vent. The gas, okay, so now that when this thing's over pressure, at least the gas is flowing here. So we're gonna very slowly get a nice vacuum in here. I guess I never deconstructed the automation stuff that's here. Although I think I still need to, I want this, I honestly need this pump here to eventually clear this all out. I just don't know how we're gonna do this. Because we don't have power here. You don't have power here. Yeah, we might probably have to use a proper water filter, and I need to have a place for everything to go, right? Just pumping it out and then dropping it back in was kind of leading to an endless loop. Like, probably gonna have some proper water filters and then maybe just put it into tanks or so. Also a good reason then to get rid of the Rexes, because they're constantly making brine ice, right? And that's refilling here. Yeah, I think we're gonna clean these guys out. Yeah, one crisis, one problem at a time. Yeah, and this is working like a charm. Yeah. What's up with this? Oh. Our admin suits are wearing out, and I never set up the repair job here. So nobody was able to leave the base. But yeah, that's always a good indicator if there's people at the gym. You're like, why is everybody so busy, or rather not busy at all? Once it works, you know, once we have this completed, it's going to be glorious. But we got to get there first. Maybe time to check over here. Okay, we got this now. This. We get ourselves a little sandstone for future construction projects. That means this pump is also getting water again. That's poor deodorizer. It's doing his best job. Ah. 1 second. I had it open for 1 second here while I was replacing this. And of course you got out. I mean, the survival of the slug race is saved, right? You know, for your own safety, Mr. Sluggy. Well, that at least allows me to... something like this. And do something like this. That all out. Take this all out. Still be able to get past this. Yeah, it's getting a little bit thin here. I think the deodorizers just converting polluted oxygen to oxygen is not enough. Do we have any algae here? No. So I think the only way we can make oxygen here, and I'm gonna hate it. It's a sublimation station. While we do that, wasn't there like a pocket with a lot of oxygen or something like that? A big natural gas pocket here. I was hoping we also had a good oxygen pocket. Okay, where are my deodorizers? Here. Whatever. Actually, a little bit urgent, I think. So, sublimation station. Flanked by a pair of deodorizers. And let's give it priority here. Like that breathability here is actually getting really bad. This station is taking, I think, polluted dirt, which is this stuff, and turns it into polluted oxygen. Assuming we have the electricity for that. And let's make sure there's always something in there. Also not necessarily sustainable. Polluted dirt. We have 20 tons though. That's gonna last a while. Starvation. I mean, we only have 6,000 here. These things are 7,000 grown, 70% grown. Yeah, I mean, that's enough for like 2 more days. Which, to be fair, is not a lot of food. We could get into the sleet wheat, make some frost buns. Goal for tomorrow here allows us to get almost all of these. Is that? I don't think I can avoid destroying some here. Yeah, you know, let's just destroy these, and then we at least keep the path up here. Oh, that's also not gonna be enough. Gonna need a thing there. And then we also tell the guys to harvest all of that. I'm gonna tell you to yeah, make barbecue forever and make frost buns forever. I don't need power, guys. Seriously, where's nobody running on the power? Okay. 0 kilocalories. cook as if your life depended on it, because it kind of does. Oh yeah, a bit of a task here, mopping all of that up. How much power does this thing need? 60? Okay. I think we probably want a second hamster wheel. Give me some food. That is technically food. It's delayed food. We'll take it. I've just been standing here for like two hours. I mean, actually, stop working on that tile. Just go somewhere more central. Food. Wait, is there no recipe for cooked seafood? Taco fillet. Okay, then also this should be prior 8. Oh, you're just eating a draw? Alright, whatever. Whatever makes you not die. Meanwhile, on the main colony, admin suits are waiting to be delivered. We're slowly finishing our vacuum lock. And this is actually going real well. Maybe let's put the priority of this a little bit higher so that we get our suits repaired. Let's stop burning phosphorite on these guys. I'm just gonna deconstruct that. I mean, this is kind of working, right? And I think the shinebugs we have in here should lay an egg, so they should, like, self-reproduce. And hey, we're getting some nectar, so that's nice. Gonna take a couple more cycles. Down to 2,000 calories. I mean, I know where we have some calories. Would also kill the Sweetles, but let's not get too extreme. Like our bog buckets first harvest should be in like in a day or two. And especially if we find the time to cook them up. That should be alright. That. Oxygen almost everywhere. We could send... So the problem is... well, we haven't activated this yet. So I would need to send Lenny over to activate this again. Which I guess, you know, long term, short term is not a bad idea. And then our sending portal is down here. So we'd also have to... Did I actually activate that? Yeah, this is active. So we need to... But we would need to get power down here. I mean, yeah. It's fine. If it was dramatic, I think we could do that. I think we're good. I'm more concerned with what's the atmosphere situation. Waiting for material. There's 5 more atmosuits. Available 0. What are you talking about? Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Storage bin. Put 1 atmosuits in there, and then we're gonna sweep these with priority. We don't have anything we can burn power-wise. I don't see an alternative to manual generators, unless, I guess, plug slugs. Maybe plug slugs would have been the answer, but now I've killed them all. But we're up to 16,000 calories here now. I'm actually thinking, okay, the majority is barbecue. So what we're gonna do here is go to consumables and say, hey, you are not allowed to eat bog jelly. So I only want them to eat the cooked bog jelly, but we turn into swamp delights. Oh wait, I never looked at this. Yeah, okay, we've got 9.6 megajoules of power, 300,000 calories. Yeah, okay, we're kind of stable there. And Pete is kind of going very slowly up, but it's not going down. Ooh, almost full here on the Lura farm. Double check over here. Got natural gas coming in again. Still 13 kilograms of hydrogen over here. And you know, eventually, wasn't there another 65 kilograms of hydrogen in each tile here? Yeah, triple critter turf's gonna do that. Yeah, can't wait to get into that area. Bye. I'm trying to concentrate on one project. Starvation. Go have lunch. Dinner, whatever you eat. Pending deliveries. Like they're right here. Right? I'm not sure why they have food poisoning germs on them, but hey, there's 5 atmosuits. Please repair. Feather fibers here. Right. Cancel, restart, worked. Yeah. Exactly how I work with a stewing machine. Meanwhile, though, project. Hey, I heard you like heat shift, temp shift tiles. It's gonna continue going into its final phases. Nice area here. Yeah, almost the right spot. Cancel that guy. Slowly but surely we're getting there. Probably gonna need to briefly dip into this water here, because we're gonna need some polluted water for a little cooling circuit to keep our steam turbines cool. And then we're gonna need to find a way to actually fill this whole shit with water here to heat it up. Our little vacuum seal, vacuum insulation is almost complete. What do we have? Oh, new receipts. The last one we needed for here. What we can do now is I'm gonna disable auto harvest on all of these. And I'm gonna set all of this on try 1. So the Autosweeper should take control of harvesting the ember, or rather picking up the ember after it's harvested. We could even, you know, pick up the Mimilets, yeah. And we have dirt. So the only thing that we need dupes to do is bring new dirt into this when it's running out. Otherwise, this thing is also gonna provide the plants with dirt. Closer to the fully automated base here. You know what I've not been doing? And I know it's kind of distracting from the work we're doing in the steam room. I wanted to make this a little bit prettier here. Really put this in there, and maybe some wallpaper. What do we have in the kitchen, huh? Nice purple. Yeah. About 40,000 calories over here. Okay, crisis averted, I would say. So we could focus again on this down here. And potentially getting into the oily area. Did we ever mop all of this up? Yes. I have a feeling, though, all the ice that we dug out here, that might eventually melt. Let's have it melt on that side. Also over here. You know, just cut it off here. And instead we're going to build a ladder here. Just so that we have still access to other grains here. This way we avoid, maybe actually make it here. Joshua, if you're gonna lock in pay here, we're gonna have a hard conversation. Okay. I think he was trying to, but he couldn't get it done fast enough. So how much does this sublimation station do? 660 oxygen, so enough for 6 tubes. But we have some catching up to do because we were really low. I guess one thing we can do is let that oxalite here breathe. PBO with ability down here. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, exosuits are finally all repaired. Yeah, we're almost done with this level. Oh yeah, we never deconstructed these. Maybe I want to do something else. Just doing temp shift plates the whole time seems a bit boring. But I guess it still makes the most sense. I'm doing sedimentary rock. Yeah, okay. Not sure if I actually should have them here touching the abyssalite. Maybe we don't. Just do the next 2 floors, yeah. Get it over with. I wonder if I could have just used my blueprint mod. Blueprint a small section and just spam that. Technically, yes. Practically, I don't want... Well, I guess I can just cancel the top row. Yeah, that did save a little bit of time, I would say. Should have done that right away. Okay, everything's placed. Image overheated. What? We gotta replace those with gold amalgam doors. How's it looking here? Hasn't been destroyed by meteors yet. Ah, idleness over here. We can fix that. Get rid of this pump. How do we... I guess if we don't want the heat from this to leak in, we would need to build a... Like, it's not super hot. Like 70s, but still hot enough to be a little bit of a problem. So why don't we use our wonderful liquid lock blueprint. Make a double lock here. Guess the only problem is we only have one liquid really. Well, we have some salt water up here. An easy way to get that. I guess we can just make use water on both sides. Not getting above 100 degrees, so we're not gonna boil the water. It's fine. Do we have... we don't have shale here. Okay. That's the dimension rock it is. They're gonna hate it though. Like, they're gonna get sopping wet each time they go through this. But, you know, it's a sacrifice I'm willing to take. Okay, last tile. Deconstruct, please. I wonder if there would have been a way for me to do this and not lose the materials inside. And unreachable builds. Oh, of course. This is not gonna work. At the normal amount of liquid, 1800. Okay. Deconstruct that, and then we can actually move that way. Where's my power plant? This is repaired. This is working again. Wonderful. Excuse me. A lot of waiting at the moment. Waiting for things to get done. What's in the printer? More parkour? Or a builder, researcher, digger for over... I think we only have 4 beds over on the other planet, right? Okay, let's just take the parkour. You know what we're gonna temporarily do with them? Build some parkour steps. And then they should be able to find their way into the pool. Starvation. And even when the game does that, there's... Oh, somebody is starving. Actually, no, they're at the table now. It's like, okay. Stop making such a panic. In terms of unnecessary things, we can put pictures here. Meteor showers over there. Wooden pictures. We have a power line that we can extend a little bit. That's not completely overloaded. Absolutely not. Made a mess. What am I missing here? Here. The door. The door is one directional. That's on me. That's on me. Somebody's gonna come with a messy suit here. It's gonna spill out exactly that. Colony achievement earned. That. Teleport. Oh, the art. Feed the blue flocks. Wait and seek. Alright, what's we doing over here? Was building Pacu steps, except they were not getting built. Really dislike the alarm sound always for like half a second. Alright, this is gonna be water. No, not all standards. Water, enable auto bottle. Fill that up. Then we're gonna put a couple tiles in here to delete the air and complete the rest. Well, and then put some water in here. And then we should have none of the heat from the oil biome bleeding into our base. Right. And the Pacu magically realize we can reach water. Oh no, I need to open the door. Great Pacu migration of cycle 232. Come on, little Pacu, you can do it. They're all done. As they say, life finds a way. Okay, I don't know why we have people idle. Oh, because they can't reach the water anymore. Ha! Yeah, that will do it. Like, why are not doing this? We should also get a storage thing here. Do like a little one-tile storage pit. Get an automatic dispenser. I guess the next thing would also be like a food storage box that's sitting in some carbon dioxide. So our food doesn't decay that quickly. We put here. Fine. We have so much food. If a little bit decays, sure, it's fine. Alright. This sweeper is gonna take sweep only everything. Nothing liquefiable, please. And yeah, no, and everything else. And then we're gonna do a good old low priority sweep of everything. Okay, but let's have this a little bit higher so that this actually gets done. There we go, Camille. Wonderful. Thank you very much. How are we looking over here? Still an atmosphere there. We're almost done with the temp shifting. How's it looking? Micrograms of polluted oxygen. Ah, keep on pumping. Really, not much else we can do right now. Well, I was looking at getting this sorted out, right? So we have two pipes here, right? One is for the good water. One was for the amber, but I think we're gonna temporarily repurpose it. We're gonna set up like proper liquid filters. That probably means we're just gonna deconstruct this thing here. Get out of here. Then for now, we're gonna pump out water. Good, clean, fresh water is gonna go into our good, well, actually, polluted water. It's gonna go out with this line, and then gonna go here into the water sieve. Just do this. Should be able to just do that. Yeah, we got a bridge here giving direction. That's fine. Alright, then all the other water is going to go through second filter. Then it's going to filter out regular water into the back line. Anything else, which is probably just going to be brine and salt water, is going to go into these two storage tanks. And we'll see if that's good enough. If those two get full, we might just empty them, like deconstruct, reconstruct, which puts it down here in bottles. And then we just manually bring the bottles over to our saltwater pool. That's fine. Who's that? Digging booster, probably. Although a husbandry guy for the other place. Nah, I don't think we're gonna make too big of a colony there. I don't think so. We can, however, start doing this. What are you complaining about here? Yes. Oh, the air pressure is not high enough for you. Okay. Oh, deconstruct a tile here so that this polluted water can off-gas, and then the deodorizer can get some more oxygen in here. Okay, they're still busy. Come on, give me the vacuum here so we can go to the next phase. Oh, what do we have? Oh, that's carbon dioxide. That's how vacuum looks. We have vacuums on the pumps whenever they pump something. With micrograms now, not milligrams. Wait, hang on. Pipe. Oh, because I haven't selected the thing yet. Stay polluted. Polluted water first. Proper water second. I'm just gonna grab a couple of these guys. Beautiful. Oh yeah, they, I guess, maybe the water pump too. This I kind of want to have open, right? So if the temperature is, send a green signal if it's below 5,000, 50,000 degrees. Okay. So because I don't want any heat transfer to happen here for now. And the thing is, we also need to then figure out something. So eventually, right, when this whole thing runs, eventually, we're gonna have to occasionally remove, like the magma will solidify to rock down here, so we gotta remove it. Like the long-term plan is wherever it is, like with auto miners, just to mine it off. Mine it away. But we don't really have the materials yet to set that up. I think it's gonna take a while before we extract enough heat out of it to actually make it go away. I guess as we're getting ready for this, though, one thing we could and should definitely set up is I want a liquid reservoir. Does a liquid reservoir have an overheat temperature? Do I need to worry about that? Yes. We need to make that out of steel? Yeah, you know what? We're fine without a liquid reservoir. Or I could just put it up. Yeah, that doesn't have to be in the room. Starvation again. Starvation. Okay, alright, hang on. Disable outer bottle. I think this is full. No, I said disable. So let's get all of that stuff out of there. Right, what was I doing here? This thing. Okay, so we're gonna need utilities. We're gonna need a aqua tuner. Because we need to keep our steam turbines cool, right? So then put that here. Be an insulated pipe. Igneous rock is fine. Somewhere here, we're gonna have the return pipe from the steam turbines. Let's say that's here. Come all the way over here. And then I think for now we do radiant pipes. We have a couple. Keeping my steam turbines cool, right? The return from the steam turbine is gonna suck steam out of this room, turn it into energy, and return water back into the room. That is just gonna drip down here. That's fine. Alright, what else we need? This to eventually come in, and we're gonna need a big power converter here. With a big power wire. Powering this thing. Then we're gonna need a sensor. Thermosensor here. We're gonna need to do that. Cancel that. Stuff in here. I think we need to make from steel. Probably not. Be on the safe side. Alright, so this is our cooling loop. This is gonna keep our steam turbines cool, gonna keep our transformer cool, and this aquatuner is keeping the water in the pipes cool. It's gonna create a lot of heat doing that. So that it doesn't run the whole time, we're gonna have a sensor here that says, say, if my cooling water is too hot, only then activate. And I'm using a buffer tank here, so we just have a bigger amount of cooling water that it can exchange temperature with. And yeah, on that note, we're gonna need that cooling water. I'll just take this here. We can maybe drop this into this pool. I'm gonna make a big old mess here. We're gonna kill the nits. I hate nits. I don't know. I don't see the. Really? You're gonna add mosquitoes to the game? Isn't it bad enough that they exist at IRL? Alright, so how's this coming along? Great, so at the moment we're just pumping salt water into the tanks. I think we're either gonna need... We might just need a third tank, yeah. Alright, meanwhile, over here, this is done. We don't need you anymore. Gonna deconstruct these tiles, which should give us a nice, cozy little vacuum in here. What did I deconstruct there? No, okay. For a second I thought I deconstructed something else and not the bottle emptier. But yeah, I guess the vacuum is a little bit of a problem because the dupes still need to breathe. Minor detail. Oh, hang on. Let's not sweep the stuff that's in the trash into the trash again. That would have kept them busy for a while. Not like we're gonna have any oxygen in there. Do we make some oxygen masks? Alright, give me a crafting station. Might need a couple more of these. Getting there. Slowly, but we're getting there. Where did the knits go? I freed the mosquitoes and then I was anywhere in the base. Somewhere in the base. Whatever. That's not my problem. Let's get a pump. There's fossils everywhere, so I guess we put the pump here. Get this out of the way. I'm gonna let this stuff drop down. We got some power right here. And we could even, depending on how much water that is and how much we need, then throw in a water sieve here and use that then clean water to fill up our steam room, right? We're gonna need a lot of water in here to fill that whole room with a nice layer of steel. Steam. Eventually steel. Alright. If this is above 50 for now, I'll probably set that a little bit lower later on. I just don't want it to run now while we don't have any atmosphere in here. Meanwhile, also, there's some fossil here we can dig up. And another achievement, apparently. Enter an oil biome for the first time, alright. Guess we technically entered the oil biome. So, let's make... Yeah, I don't know. 5 oxygen masks here. Which means we're gonna need some oxygen mask docks. I don't think we can just have it this ugly the whole time. We're gonna have to do a proper pathway here. Have a good old ladder going down all the way to the bottom. Yes, I created this so I don't get any heat bleeding in, and meanwhile we have the cold bleeding in from this. But cold is kind of easier to deal with, I'd say, maybe. And that destroyed my path. And then we're gonna need to find a place that has mostly oxygen and pump out the oxygen from there into the masks. Might just be up here. Not like here. It's a lot of deodorizers around, and it's where the pressure is the highest. What I'm gonna do. I'm gonna double up on this. And just set this guy a little one step higher. They can actually reach to the ceiling. Alright. This all needs to go. Back machine. Alright, let's actually check the skills in our second place here. I haven't done anything about that yet. Mr. Griller. Yeah, have more tidying skills. You are my... Can I give you field research so we can do analysis and stuff? Yeah, and don't have to bring Lenny over each time? Sure. You're gonna go into crop tending. And I guess... Yeah, we need super duper digging, otherwise we can't get the diamonds. We're not gonna have anybody able to destroy, demolish this thing. Alright, back up to milligrams. Weren't we under milligrams already? Or was that the oxygen that's... Don't need to fill this thing up fully. I think we're just gonna snip it here. Want to sieve. We just do it ugly. Just do it ugly here. Bridge it over. Bam, bam. Thank you, ma'am. Straight onto that tile. I'm gonna need temporary power. Straight into the power main. But yeah, before we put any water in here, we need to close this up and establish this lock. Kind of the big thing I'm looking out for now. It's not going to be perfect. There's a decent chance that we suck up some polluted oxygen and damage the docks here a little bit. Guess we just have to repair it then. Guess I can do the lazy solution. Just have enough deodorizers. How many deodorizers is enough? Yes. Another one. This stuff should get built first. Get everything else. Get the masks in here. Once the masks are in, put the checkpoint in, and then we can get in there. There's not that many, but we can avoid this. We even have like 1, 2, technically 3 oil wells that don't have spores with them. Did I ever actually unlock what this is? Yeah. That's a carbon dioxide geyser. Fantastic. That's so useful. Thank you, game. Appreciate it. Or useless trash. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. That's right, we're getting close to actually finishing something over here. As soon as we reach a vacuum. We got a new printable or two. What you got for me? Do seats? Yeah, I don't want another person on the other planet. I think 4 is excellent number of people to have. I guess since we're mostly waiting for this, right? I can give my people something else to dig out or to look into. As long as I don't get distracted by that. I'm gonna do. You're active. Rid of all of that. Leave him. On a big coring this shit out project here. Probably dropping the remaining salt water down into our little area here, which might mean we wanna close this off. Turns out 3 containers for salt water is not enough. So what we can do, I think, is deconstruct them. It shouldn't eject the water. Why is this deconstruction errand red? So instead it should just drop a bottle on the ground. Let me just reconstruct them. What a sustainable way to handle this. Also, in case anybody is really bored here, let's do a priority-free sweep on all that shit. When they do that. Right, we also want to deliver the masks here. Looks like the first one already took damage from, yeah. That's actually, I don't want them to break completely. I think that's the worst thing that can happen there. We're looking here. We have 70,000 cobalt ore. And a nice little thing here. So let's repair that ladder. And this ladder. Because we didn't come in through the door correctly, it's not showing us these kind of tiles. Showing us at unknown areas. How are you doing a priority 1 job? Yes, because you have double priority on digging? We're looking. Gases? Still have gases. Okay. Still slowly overfilling on hydrogen. That's also something I probably want to fill this chamber with hydrogen later on. To have some sort of better atmosphere. It doesn't matter really. It's fine. With a nice layer of brine, we're cooling it with water, it's fine. Although I might want to sweep the remaining ice and brine and stuff out of here. If that all melts, we might get flooded. Trying to think of the right spot to sweep it to. Maybe, yeah. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. Dig a little pit up here. I'm gonna put an auto sweeper in there. Or not auto sweeper, an auto dispenser. That only takes like brine and brine ice. Regular ice, brine ice, and then we sweep it all up. Okay, it's already done. Just looking at it, completely in awe. Sweeper time. The microgram face again. Right, you are sweep only for liquefiable, mostly for now. Any polluted ice, any brine ice we find. Any snow. And I have an idea what we do with the regular ice. How are you... what? What's taking damage here? Oh, the water is freezing in the pipes. That is not okay. That's not something we want. Insulate these pipes here. Insulate that. Also, I kind of don't want this thing to work at all yet. So let's snip this off. Snip that off. Construct those. Then let's do a regular priority sweep here. Would like to make all the water here drop. Oh, is that? No, that's carbon dioxide. Come on, give me a vacuum. Alright. Achievement earned. Good egg. A new critter from an egg. What did we just hatch? What do we even have? Get a cuddle pip, maybe? We got a different version of a Scheinbach. I don't know. Building broken. Oxygen master. How in the world? Did we really get so much? Oh yeah. Yeah, we get a lot of bad juju. Didn't think we would get with like 4 deodorizers around it. I didn't think we would get that much polluted oxygen here. Okay, the question is, why is nobody repairing this? Nobody has an errand. Let's disable auto repair, enable auto repair. No. Yeah, and I think we kind of just have to suck up the bad energy, the bad air. Would have been maybe cheaper to actually install a filter. Maybe we'd still do this. The gas filter. Yeah, that there, that can go right here. And then the next thing, I guess, is station. Give me a oxygen mass checkpoint. No. Oh, that's right. That's there. Actually a decent amount of oxygen stuck over there. Our 2 pumps are doing the best they can. I don't think I have any other way to speed that up as much as I would like. Breathability. Why are you complaining about breathability? Like it's probably like realizing that, oh, we almost have no atmosphere left here. And it's like, yeah, that's the idea. That was the plan. think when I snipped the water pipe, I also snipped this. Maybe? Or maybe because this is no longer overpressured, it doesn't go to the chute. Oh. Anyway. You are filtering out oxygen, please. Yeah, I'm gonna have 2 more bad packets, but everything else should then be good. Okay, so double liquid lock was the idea here. We need another bottle emptier here. Water bottle, water priority, please. Thank you. We might be able hook this up to power here. What's the other thing? No stuffing connected, but we can send some diamond over. That would be nice. I guess over here in the receiving thing, right? That is this one. We should probably set up... demolish that. So one of the things I definitely need here is crude oil, because I don't have a cooling liquid for my metal refineries. Nothing that works in the temperature range what we are gonna have in the steam room, at least. So we're gonna get one of these in here. You up. And probably I'm not gonna pipe it all the way over. We're gonna bring it over in bottles. Maybe I should pipe it. I don't know. Bottles is fine, I think. Yeah, no, we're going a little bit longer, but I kind of really want to at least get the steam room vacuumed out and maybe operational. At least vacuumed out. That's just a matter of waiting. That then probably also means, no, that's the receiver, this is the sender. We probably want a bottle drainer. Needs refined metals. What? Alright. Give me a rock crusher. Calories are actually going down faster than I like. Much faster than I like. It'll be a while until we get another harvest of this stuff in. I'm gonna dig over here. There's some buried objects there. That might be some food. And I guess we gotta get... maybe get into these sleet weeds? Yeah. Open this up. This up. This. Drop down the water. I guess that's something we can't avoid. Meanwhile, I think though we should also probably just get a couple more bog buckets here growing. Yeah, it's also super thin here. I mean, most of this stuff is 90% grown. Maybe we get a little snack. Not actually a snack, but kind of. Relocate the sweet little eggs here. They will... they can work on my plants. They kinda... Sweetles tend to plants and then they grow a little bit faster. Similar to what Mimicas do, right? Right. We have, at least in the top part, a vacuum. Now what the game usually does is kind of slowly deleting these super small concentrations of gases. I'm a little bit concerned about this. There's still grams here. So maybe what we're gonna do is just temporarily deconstruct that tile. Oh, and suddenly the whole room is filled with gas again. Am I missing something? Did we leave something there that's off-gassing? Some shale here. And obsidian and shale. I don't see any like bottles or... let's put it this way. Liquids? No. Not just a little bit, it's micrograms. Not 100% sure what's happening here right now, but I guess we just keep pumping. And keep making sure that we're not starving over here. I guess I forgot to dig this. Yeah, this. And we can use that. That's igneous rock. This is also done. We can make a little bit of cobalt. Stay on your side of the waterlog, Mr. Slickster, if you know what's better for you. Oh, you know what? We lost the vacuum here. Because if they use the oxygen mask, they still exhale carbon dioxide when they walk. So, while walking through this, they exhale. Yeah, it's fine. It's gonna exchange temperatures, right? But very slowly, like through the water, through the very thin atmosphere of CO2, through that water. Basically, yeah, forget it. It's not happening. This water is still 22.6 degrees. Okay, once that is built, I think the first thing we're gonna do then is mop up all that precious black gold here. Meanwhile, gas overlay is telling me, yeah, you thought you had a vacuum? Those 3 pockets of oxygen spreading out like mad now. Okay, this is gonna take. Maybe we have to postpone this to the next stream. I don't know. I don't know how much longer it's gonna take. I have to admit, usually I try to not make super oversized rooms like that. For exactly that reason. But because of the 2 volcanoes, it's just, you know, it was there, so I used it. Okay, is that enough cobalt here for the bottle drainer? Meanwhile, copy settings. All of these, please. I mean, technically, in theory, I could add more pumps here, right? Thing is, each pump Technically, two pumps can barely share a pipe. You know, this one is always stopped when whatever it pumped out doesn't match what's in the pipe currently and is kind of getting backed up. I might just be, I mean, it's not like it's gonna hurt me. I'll just add another pipe here. Plug that right into the power, and maybe that's gonna speed up, because this is taking so long. I guess we could just get into this thing and check out the ancient specimen. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Where did it come from? Where did it go? Excavate. So, you got that, you got this, and this. Was excavated. Did we get anything for that? 1 of 4 completed. Okay. I mean, we know that the cold one is here, and the super hot one is here, and the one with the spores is here. No idea how I handle this one. Oh, great. This licks this. This needs to be disabled and deconstructed. I think because the slicksters start pooping up oil up here, it displaces my water. Now we have water down. It's a whole thing. I mean, I shouldn't be complaining. We want the oil. And I think we can just also say, alright, any diamond, put it in here. Any crude oil, we can bring there. And not just sweep only, just in general. What a mess this place is, Jesus. Yeah, that's just not gonna work if we don't open this up a little bit more. We can't get there. Sport shit. There's cold biomes below this? What? This is a nice amount of oil there. If we can get all of this shipped over to the other colony, we should actually be almost good. Like this and this. I think I'll actually just... Alright. Updates from the vacuum front. Still pumping. Still pumping like a champ. Still wondering if I have a leak somewhere, but I don't see anything. It's just taking a little bit longer. And why are we not working here? What's happening with my water pumps? The polluted water doesn't actually want to go this way. So I guess what we're doing is snipping it, taking a bridge it on. Yeah, that works. So apparently some idiot put this bridge in here the wrong way around. How did we end up with polluted water down there that wasn't going this way anyway? If this bridge was the wrong way around the whole time. Right. Constructed the pipe, not the bridge. Right, and down here we have a liquid sulfur geyser. Okay. At least that's certainly a thing. Let's actually not finish this. That's the wrong. Alright, now we're looking for spores here. So this oil is also easily accessible. This one is not. This one is not. Yeah, there is. Does this asteroid have a frozen core or something? Subsurface ocean. I mean, I guess this oil biome is very much in the middle, right? There's... Oh no, that's the bottom of the map? Really? No. The meteor shows over here. Is that going to just finally destroy my little... Oh, that was on the main colony. Oh wait, is it snow meteors? Okay. Well, that's not that dangerous, is it? I mean, I still wouldn't want to hit by one in the face, but better snow than a big old rock. Alright, but I think what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna call it here. I'm just gonna let this run a little bit while I'm not streaming, just so that we can start the next stream off with having a fully vacuumed out steam room, and we can then start setting this up, getting the water in here. I also think so. The reason I didn't sweep the ice is I'm just gonna build some temp shift ice plates here. It's a quick way to get some water down there. Probably fill this, I don't know, up to here or so with water, so we have plenty of steam pressure for the whole room. And at the same time, we start digging this out without releasing the magma, and then when everything's ready, release the magma and see if we can get some pressure in here. Now, that's going to be something in the next stream, possibly tomorrow, maybe Friday. We'll have to see. For now, thanks everyone for hanging out, Vandal. Good one. And yeah, everybody else was chilling. I think we're just gonna call it here. Have a good night, everybody.